So hello and welcome. Before I start the video, I just want to read this disclaimer for everyone before they get into it, because this tutorial will be very slow. Just follows the natural rhythm of my voice as I am speaking now. I bumble a lot. I fail many times. I left a lot of that inside because mm, you can really learn from those as well. So I try to forgive myself for many of things, and this tutorial ain't perfect. So please forgive me if you can for those things as well. It's a bit more human than I would have liked it to be. Usually, I'm a huge fan of short, concise tutorials as well, and I would love to redo this in a more in such a fashion. I mean, but right now I'm just very out of the topic after all this. So that said, uh, I just want to, oh yes, I need to mention that this tutorial is for artists who already know how to use Maya or Max mainly, but that doesn't mean anyone anyone else who already knows another Blender. I'm sorry, another 3D package couldn't learn anything from this. I bet they could, or even if they never used Blender before, they could, but maybe they wouldn't perfectly understand everything, why I do things. That said, I hope you do enjoy it. And if you have any questions, just feel free to reach out to me anytime. I really love helping people with stuff like that, like this. So have at it. Enjoy. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. This will be my attempt, I don't know how many of attempt to do a tutorial on transferring from Autodesk to Blender. So let's get into it directly. So this is what you will see probably when you first open Blender. Of course, after you set it up, this will be the default scene. Uh, you can set this up, and I will show you how, so that this configuration won't load every time. This is the outliner, this is the properties window, this is the viewport, and down here is the timeline. You can move all this, as you just saw, by selecting this little line between them and resizing them as you see fit. Blender is very customizable, so I encourage you to explore its interface, and I will explain to you how you actually customize it, so you will get things out of the way that are of no interest to you whatsoever, and you will keep the essentials that you really like and need. The interface is made to be tailored by you, so it has many preset windows like Ari, the other one has, or Modo has, like this, but you can create your custom one by pressing the X button and choosing one from here, or duplicating this one and modifying it. I'll just do that. So if you hover your mouse over any of these interior windows as corners like this, you will see this little cross pop up, and if you click and drag towards the window you're in, it will split the window from that position. So like this, towards the left, click drag towards the left, it will split my viewport. And if I click drag upwards, it will split my viewport again. So now all these are separate, and if you want to close one, you just click and drag towards the other one. So click, drag the other one on top, or the other one on left. And if I'm already doing this and I don't let go of the click, it will let me decide which one to close. So I can actually close the one I dragged out of, but I'll just drag into the other one because it doesn't make sense to me. So in any case, after you split a window, it doesn't have to remain the one it is. So I can choose from this left upper corner button here anything to put here. It doesn't really matter. It's really your choice. So if somebody ever gives you a file with weird windows, just know that this button changes it, and you can get it out of the way if you don't like it. Nothing bad will happen. If there is an overlapping window like this, and I drag into it, it just extends the one above the larger one than itself. So let me get the timeline out of the way because it's not really interesting right now. I'm not gonna explain anything about animation. I usually set this up for modeling, as that is what I will mainly present. So let's just make it more Autodesk-y, let's say. So let me collapse the outliner here and split my viewport here and make this the outliner. So I will just choose outliner, and now it looks more like Maya on Max. If you drag your window like Maya, I really like Maya's interface. And now everything that is properties or attributes is right here. So, but not just here. There's also a hidden menu here. If you drag this little arrow key and open it, you really actually need this. Of course, all this information is already present in this window, but you really have to dig for it. So what you see here in the item tab or tool tab or view and so on is already the defaults, at least, will already be here under these tabs. So these are all small tabs with respective icons. And for example, the object properties tab is the one that is shown in item, and the tools tab is the same as the active tool right here. The view is weird because I don't remember finding it anywhere, but it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters from here are these camera settings and the 3D cursor if you're ever interested in where it is located in space. Currently it's located right here. This is a very important element, by the way, in Blender. It's this red white circle cross thing that we see in the viewport, and if you shift right click, it moves. And this is important because this is the source of everything you create in the viewport. So its location here is displayed here, and if you're interested in creating something in a specific location by typing it in or resetting it, like just typing in 0, you will find this here. And of course, its rotation is actually constrained to the view. So if you click around, it will always face your camera. So if I just, for example, now we can see that the rotation is like this right now, but if I move my camera then and click again, it will always face it. Oh wait, okay. And it's always displayed respective to the camera, which is weird, but it doesn't matter. right now, at least. Now, see, the rotation is reset. And it's facing parallel to this cube, right? Okay. Oh, but before I get into that, most importantly, when entering Blender's viewport, the buttons, let me just turn this on so you can see what I'm pressing. The buttons are middle mouse click to rotate, shift middle mouse click to pan, control middle mouse click to zoom. This will be ultra annoying for everyone coming from Autodesk, so please get used to it. Don't choose industry compatible configuration because it sucks. It ruins everything for you as a new Blender user, and it will stifle your progress if you ever follow a tutorial online. So please don't check that industry standard box. If you ever want to come back to the original config, just go to key map, and here you can choose Blender, which I highly recommend. Don't choose industry compatible because this ruins everything. Okay. If you close that, by the way, it just saves automatically. You don't have to do anything. But if you're anxious, like I am usually, you can just come here and save preferences. Okay. So, viewport down. Let me just check my list to make sure. Viewport navigation is down. Okay, so now, depending on what kind of person you are, Blender has everything for you. I'm the kind of person who uses shortcuts and the keyboard more than the mouse. But Blender is also very tablet pen display friendly actually, and there's buttons and menus and shortcuts for everyone. So let's just stick to viewport navigation for now, and I'll try to get into everything else. So as I've explained how to use the mouse just a moment ago, you can also use these buttons on the right here. So if I click and hold this and drag my mouse, it zooms just like holding middle click control. This is useful if you have a pen display, and if you don't like using your shortcut keys on it or the keyboard attached. This is pan. This enters the camera, by the way. So if you have a camera like this one in the scene, if you press it, it enters the camera. And if you rotate out of it, then it exits the camera automatically. To stay in the camera, which is weird, you have to open the menu again, just like I told you before, but let's learn the shortcut for it. So you just press N, and here where it says view lock, that's referring to the camera, you just take this box, and it locks the camera to the view. So now if I enter the camera again, or either by pressing this, or if you hover over it, it says the shortcut for it, as any other button, by the way, that has keys and not key combinations, mouse combinations like these ones. So it says shortcut numpad 0. So I press numpad 0 and now I'm in the camera. But because I locked my view to the camera, if I move my view now, the camera moves with it. So I can control it at the same time. So let me just split my viewport here. And if I'm in any one of these and hover my mouse over them, I can change my view. So if I exit the camera with this one, or if I press, for example, another view like these orthographic camera positions, it goes into them. So as you can see here, the shortcut for this, which would be left, I think, is numpad 3. Oh, it's right, okay. So numpad 1 is front, numpad 3 is right, numpad 7 is top. And if you press Control and press 1 again, for example, or any one of these, it always inverts it. So if 1 is the front, and then Control 1 is the back. So if 3 is the right, then Control 3 is the left. And so on. Bottom, top, bottom, so on. There is an extra thing here I will show you later. So let me go back into the camera. So now we can see the camera floating here. And because this is locked to the view, if I move my camera here, you can see it on the left that it actually moves. And I can do the same thing for it here. So let me get into the most important buttons in any 3D software. So instead of using WERT or WER actually, as in Autodesk products, to move, you press G for grab. To rotate, you press R to rotate. And to scale, you press S to scale. But seeing this is a camera, it won't scale. So let me just click, select the cube, scale, and drag my mouse. And when I'm satisfied, I just click again, and it's dragged. Undo is undo. So that's the basics of moving, rotation, and scale. So instead of WERT, it's GRS or GSR, depending on which config you're used to. Okay, so view navigation down. Oh, by the way, this is a very nice button, which is also numpad 5. So now we're in perspective mode. Usually by default this is perspective mode, but if I press 5, it switches to orthographic mode. And if, as explained before, I press the other keys, it's always orthographic. But while I'm in front view, for example, if I press 5, it goes to the front. It remains in the front view, but it goes into perspective mode. So you can always count on it that it's looking at it from the front or from top or whichever. But it's fun to be able to switch perspective and orthographic, and it's very, very useful many times. So let me just put my viewport back as it was, deactivate this camera, but I'll just put it on there first, and now it's not stuck anymore. Here you can see camera controls here, of course, but this is actually not this camera. So for this camera, as for any other object in Blender, it's context dependent. So if I click the cube, different things will appear in these tabs. So for object properties, the cube won't have the same stuff as a camera does. Of course, some of it will be the same, but not everything. So as you can see here, there's a green icon that looks like a camera because the camera is selected. So object data properties will look like this for meshes and like this for the camera. So here we can find the selected cameras properties, and I don't know, change the focal length, for example. And here, if I do this, it doesn't do anything if I'm in camera mode, because if I exit the camera, this is actually the viewport's camera. So it's great to know that you can change this as well. And if something like we know our usual phenomenon of things disappearing when working in weird scales. So here's the clipping adjustment if you ever need it. Just to know that if things disappear, you can adjust the clipping here and just write any numbers, and you can control it very well. Let me just reset this. Okay. The other more controls relating to the camera. So while I'm on it, let me just explain it. So that's about it for camera navigation in the viewport. Except that when we have multiple cameras, this will be important. I'll just copy this one with Shift D, just like in Maya, at least one mode of duplicating. So instead of Control D, it's Shift D, or Alt D for instancing, but never mind that later. So if we have multiple cameras like this, or maybe one's looking at it from a different angle, and just go into one. So if I have two cameras and they have this different perspective, so one's looking at it from this side and the other one from the other side, but you click on them and nothing happens. So to change the camera, you have to press in the outliner this little green icon next to it, and that will change the active camera object and change its camera that you're looking through. Of course, it also has a name, so when you will render, you will choose the active camera like this, or you will just write its name somewhere when you render. So that's about choosing from multiple cameras. Okay. Sometimes this happens, so if you accidentally keep doing this and get super annoyed, just come down, click towards the other window, towards the other window. It's very important not to click and drag inside. Always click and drag towards the other window. Okay, so now I just, oh, I wanted to deactivate this, but it already deactivated. There's also a little tab here called local camera. So this is for when you have the viewport set up like I, I just had, but you want to have this as another camera. If I go to inside camera mode here, we're seeing the same cameras, but if I have multiples and want to see different cameras inside the viewport, then I don't know, let me just go into perspective. So maybe I have a setup like this. This little button will enable me to change the camera I'm looking through, but not the render cam, just for the viewport. So if I select a different camera here, this will keep its active cam. This viewport will keep its active camera as the one ticked in this little box. If you don't tick anything in the other one, it will always come back to the default active camera here. So basically this little button locks the camera to your viewport that you're in. Okay, now finally let me close all this crap. Okay, so I'm sure you've pressed W a million times about now, and you saw that your mouse cursor changes. This is actually identical to 3ds Max's Q button, and you can see the effect here. So it just changes the selection type. So if I click and hold my mouse here, I can select one of these types with the mouse. I usually just leave it on selection box because I can click and drag things like in Windows. If you can't do that, you're probably in this mode, in tweak mode. and that lets you click and drag objects like this and modify them, and it's not very helpful. So just leave it, try to leave it on box select for you to have a selection mode and not accidentally grab and drag objects. And that's about it for the selection. So now we should get a move on, but I still have to explain what these other control buttons mean. So there's actually a gizmo here. I didn't explain the gizmo because I don't want anyone to start using this as Autodesk. This is not Autodesk. It will never be Autodesk, thank God. And it's not healthy to use this. But if you want to, you can. So if you want to use classic move, rotate, scale as you do in Autodesk products, the buttons are here. You can actually see the shortcuts for them. So if you want to use this and this is not on, you can just shift space bar and select the option, or shift space bar, and just like in ZBrush, for example, you press the next letter. So in this case, it would be G from move, and the gizmo appears. So I'm sorry, we also have gizmos in Blender, and there is a all-in-one gizmo as well. So you can actually use it to move, rotate, and scale at once. And now I will get into the constraints because as you can see, this is in world constraint right now, and it always resets. So here in the upper bar, here it says global, and this is a small list, but you can just select just like in 3ds Max, the way your orientation works. And if you select normal, this will only apply in edit mode. But we will get into edit mode in a bit. And you understand the rest. It's self-explanatory. This is actually the transforms pivot point, so where the gizmo constraints from. Now it selects its usual default is the median point. So if I have multiple boxes, let me just quick undo back to this one and duplicate it with Shift D. If I have multiple boxes and select all of them, it goes to the median point. I can, of course, scale them, for example, individually, like this, and it uses the local transform for the individual scaling. Or does it? No, it doesn't. Okay, great. So, the other one was median. You understand these things. This is where you change it. The only thing I will have to explain is the 3D cursor and an active element, just like in Maya, for example. If I have multiple objects selected and I want to change which one is the active one, in this case, it's always the lighter orange, or let's say orange, and this is red. So it's always the orange one. If you want to change, just keep shift pressed and press another one. And if you want to deselect anything, just click it twice. So if I shift click it twice, it deselects. Very similar to Maya. Okay, and of course, if this is active, then it's using itself as a pivot point. I can't wait to get into moving the gizmo, but that needs us to get into the 3D cursor. So let me just delete these. By the way, if you want to delete stuff, you just select it and use either the delete key or the X key, which is much closer to your fingers, if you're right-handed, of course, and you use the gamer position, let's say. And if you press X, it will always ask you that, are you sure you want to delete stuff? And you have to confirm by clicking delete, of course. Okay, now let me just reset all this. Okay. So let me get into the 3D cursor. So the 3D cursor is very important in Blender and it will help you immensely, especially when modeling, because it gives you a lot of options to be very precise. So it needs a bit of explaining in terms of shortcuts. So if you're in 3D cursor mode here, it's the same as holding shift and right clicking, because if I'm in this mode, in selection mode, nothing happens if I just click around, and I have to shift like that. But to reset the 3D cursor, which is very important, you press Shift C, and now it goes back to 0, as I explained before. Don't come here and reset it like this. Just press Shift C. It's not there, Shift C. Not there, Shift C. Okay. Now, why is this important? It's first, if this is in a location and I want to create something. For example, if I want to create something, I should press Shift A and I will add, for example, a mesh, which is a plane in this case. It always creates it where the 3D cursor is. And the object, which I can move, is always created from, its origin point is always on the 3D cursor. This is really important because this is also how you move the origin point. Okay, and there's a special menu. If you press Shift S and keep holding it, the pie menu will appear, and this is where Blender is similar to Maya again. You will have options of what to do with the 3D cursor. So if I have these two objects, for example, I can snap my 3D cursor to them or objects to the 3D cursor itself. So in this case, let's say I want to snap my 3D cursor to the plane. I press Shift S and cursor to select it. And let's say I want to move my cube in the same position as the plane. And now I select my cube and I say selection to cursor because my cursor was already there. Of course, there is also snapping, which is turned on here at the magnet or just by holding down control while you move or rotate things. So if you move and hold down control, it will snap to the snap mode in the snap mode that is set up here. Now it's snapping to grid increments, which sucks. Usually I normally leave it on vertex mode and I put it on active because snapping to the closest vertex or center or median is bullshit and I never use this. But if anyone wants to, good luck. So I always use the active one because this is my active object and this is its center point, or in this case pivot point. And now it will use its pivot point to snap in object mode. So that's why it snaps to other vertices on this plane. But if I want to move it into the center of the plane, I either send it to my cursor like this, and now it's exactly in the center, or I either fiddle about here and I don't know, snap to its center, or it won't work, just as I told you before, or median point and stuff like that, because now I'm snapping to vertices and the center doesn't have one. So maybe I want to snap the face, center, but it's not working because it sucks. Snapping really sucks sometimes, but it's also very good sometimes. So that's why I don't recommend snapping in object mode in any other way than using the 3D cursor. And that's why I said good luck before. So this is really test and experimentation part where you have to explore yourself and find your favorite mode of snapping. This is my favorite mode, so just selection to cursor and move things like this. But let's be honest, how many times do we even move things in the viewport or snap to each other in object mode when modeling? Unless we have multiple objects and mm, we separate them and start moving stuff around, or I don't know, use the grid and then you just snap to grid anyway. Oh, and if I'm already there, let me just reset this. So let's say I want to snap this to the grid, right? I mean, move this bottom face on the grid. I have to move its pivot point. So in Maya, you have the gizmo where you move the gizmo. Uh, this may be annoying. So if I want to move the gizmo at the pivot point here in Blender, I have to select the element which I will move to. So now I'll get into edit mode. So just select a piece of geometry, press tab, don't use any other button. You can also use these buttons here, but it's just an incredible amount of time just to go here with the mouse and select it. I don't know, your preference. So either that or keep pressing Control Tab for a pie menu and select the mode you want to. All the modes are here under Control Tab for quick pie menu, Maya style selection. So I'll just go into edit mode and select the face. And now I move my 3D cursor to it. So in this case, cursor to selected, yeah. And now if I want to move my pivot point, it always uses the cursor. And I know the shortcut for it because I set it up, but I won't tell you my custom shortcuts because they're no use to you. So in Blender, there's a really great feature that if you're ever looking for anything, you don't have to Google it necessarily or look into the key map to search for this shortcut. You just press F3, or if you set up the spacebar for it, it would be the same. But if you press F3, there's a search menu, and if we search pivot, in this case, I keep saying pivot point like in Autodesk, but it's actually, what's it called? I don't remember. Point. Origin. It's called origin. So if you just write origin, you can say origin to 3D cursor. And now its origin point is moved. Now I can just go to increment and snap to increment, which will use, by the way, as you just saw, the increment starting from its point where it's in space, and it starts counting unit increments from there. It doesn't snap to grid. If you want to snap to grid, you actually have to reset the location of the object to whatever fixed grid point, because it doesn't have snapping to grid like in Max. Now it snaps to grid because its starting point is on the grid, but if it's off the grid, then it will use increments starting from itself. So it creates a grid to snap to from its starting point. And just like I searched for setting the origin before, and you saw that I used the 3D cursor. So for example, let's say I want to set the origin point to this vertex. I just do this, and it's very fast. So Shift S, cursor to selected. It's just origin to 3D cursor. You can also find this here in Object, set origin, origin to 3D cursor, origin to geometry, which always sets it to the center, geometry to origin, which sets the center to the origin point, and so on and so forth. You can just explore these. This is what it is. I don't think I need to explain this to people who already know 3D. So that's about it for snapping and moving stuff around. Let me just close this for now because, as I told you, I use shortcuts, which I recommend to everyone because you get very fast, but whatever makes you feel faster, just use it. So if you want to close this menu, it's T, or just drag it in or out. And if you drag out, it actually tells you the names. But I already know this and don't use this, so if I press T, it goes away. Same for this other menu N. You can also change its size here. And you can also make these things disappear. So anything you don't like in your viewport, you can turn on or off using these buttons up here. So this, if is off, this goes away. And this isn't very helpful in any case if you don't have a pen display, or maybe you use it to orient yourself in space. I never use this. It's very rare that I have to know what I'm facing, and if I really have to know, I just press the num keys and it always says here on the left what I'm looking at. So this is the front. But well, when exporting, you should know that, and you want to know what's plus minus for the axes and stuff. You can turn this on, and you can turn stuff individually off. So this even turns off the gizmo. So if this is off, by the way, and you're in these modes, they won't work. So make sure this is on if you're using the gizmo. And if you want this to go away, just click on the remove the navigate. And I will remove the navigate because it annoys me. So let's move on with whatever I planned, because I could do these buttons, but if you really want to use them, it's just here for measuring. It's like tape measure, max. This is annotate, but this is actually grease pencil, and I will get to that later, because as you see, it creates a plane that you can draw on, and this can be even used as geometry or splines and stuff like that. It's brilliant, and you have different modes if you hold your mouse on it. Click and hold your mouse. You can even erase lines or use polygonal drawing, and right click, you enter goes away. I'll just undo. I can erase it, or parts of it. Get into it if you really like it. It's worth it. So this is another menu, which is super weird, but very useful if you like to use AutoGrid, like in Max, or if you like to create stuff like in Maya, because it lets you draw the polygon. I usually never use this because it's much more comfortable to just create stuff with the 3D cursor. But seeing as this is here, let me just demonstrate the difference. So Shift A, mesh, cylinder, move the cylinder away, let's say. Shift A, mesh, cube. Okay. Or add cylinder. You can and drag. This will normally be unlocked or unconstrained, but if you hold Shift, it constrains it to equal sides. If you let go, choose the height or Shift, and it will constrain it to the original side, so it fits exactly in a cube. Add cube, and so on. Okay, that's about it. Explore this button is quite fun, seeing as I never use it. This is also a bit new to me, so let me just get rid of everything. To select all, you can't press Ctrl A, because that's for resetting transforms. You actually have to press A, which is a bit weird, but okay. And then I deleted everything. This is, as you can see here, the outliner. So seeing that I got to the outliner, let me just talk about it for a minute. So I'll just make a few objects like this. Okay, and now we have the outliner here. Groups are very important in Maya. So groups in Blender work as collections. So now the entire scene is called scene collection, and there's a collection inside which is kind of the default empty viewport collection. So if something gets created here, then it will be added to it automatically. So to create a group, you either select everything and press Ctrl G just like in Maya, and it says create new collection, and you name it, and random stuff, and press enter. Huh? Why didn't it create? Okay, don't use that method. Okay, to create a group, just select the stuff you want, press M. It says move to collection. You say new collection, name, rename, name for it. I don't know. Okay, and now there's a group. To select the stuff, you can't select it without right-clicking and select objects. So just select the stuff. It won't have an empty like Maya, at least not that I know of. But I'm a mother. So okay, that's about collections. If you want to create an empty collection, you can just keep pressing C while hovering your mouse over the outliner, and if you click and shift click these just like Windows, or separately with control click. You just move stuff around like this. Simply click and drag, no middle click drag. Let me just actually I just keep this here because I keep deleting stuff and then remaking them to show features. If you X or delete the collections, they will just be deleted. And as you saw, I clicked a collection which already has objects in it and I deleted it. But it doesn't delete the objects inside, it just moves them back into the default collection. So even if I do this and delete multiple collections at once, it will always move the objects that were inside into the scene collection, actually, not to the default, sorry. So if I create something new, text for example, it always puts it in the collection that already exists or the one that's selected. Yes, so you can also import stuff very precisely into collections just by selecting the collection first. So if you have one like this and you want to import something into collection 4, you just select it before, import, I don't know, FBX, anything. And it will import it into that collection. Okay, delete everything. Just have the scene collection. And let me just check my list so I can move on. Okay. I'll reset my 3D cursor, insert the cube mesh, and now I'll start getting into view modes and that type of navigation because it's important, of course. So view modes are right here. If you click on them, they will change, but seeing as we don't even have a texture or anything, we can't see the difference. So let me just create a material here. The materials are created here in the material properties by clicking on the object that already exists. So if I don't have anything selected, I can create a material, but it will just exist in space without being assigned. So unassigned math, I named it. And now if I click on the object itself, it's assigned because apparently it assigns it to the last clicked object. That was fixed. Okay. But if I click on the plane, I have to either create a new material or select one from the list. Just a few seconds ago when I clicked new, it kind of lagged a bit and it created 3 materials. So it always creates it under the name material. If I click it, it assigns it, and you can assign multiple materials here by adding slots or removing them. And now, okay, this is the planes material. And if I change the base color here, nothing will happen because we're in solid view. Let's make this blue and let's make this red. What else? And nothing happened because we're in solid view right now. And to change view modes fast, just keep pressing Z, holding Z, and pie menu will appear. And for example, to see the materials, I want to go into material preview mode. And now this is blue and this is red. If I go to wireframe and render mode, this happens because there are no lights in the scene. So let me just create a light, Shift A, create light, or add light, scale. And here in the object properties with the light icon appeared, just set its power. Now this is a live OpenGL render version, real time, in Blender's EV render engine. This is where you select the render engine. If I can switch to cycles, then this is cycles. It's like, you would say it's like IPR for other renderers, but it's not. It really is the final render if you want it to be. If you set the settings here, for example, this is viewport now, so the max samples are 1024, and if I go here and click render image, it will use 4K. But there is no camera in the scene, so I can't render this or any image without a camera existing. So let me just move the camera. So we have something as an example. Render image. So this is rendering now, and we're at 80, 200 samples and so on, and it becomes fine. And this is using cycles, and this is a very nice data menu, and now it's rendered. It usually opens this separate window, but if you want to see but if you close that and want to see what was rendered last time, just go into rendering and it will be there. If it's not there, you either change this slot by pressing J, for example, or something crazy happened. This is fun because if, for example, I check slot 2 and this is empty, and I go back, move my camera, I will use the 3D cursor to move this time, by the way. So if I want to rotate the camera around the 3D cursor, I can just rotate. And by the way, Blender has this amazing feature which you use to move stuff around in the viewport, so you can constrain things to the axis. So because I pressed rotate now, I can just press X, Y, and Z, and it will constrain them to the X, Y, and Z axis. So now it's rotating around the X. I press Y, it's rotating around the Y. And it also says up here in the bar what degrees it's rotating in. And if I press Z, it's rotating around Z. And of course, it's using the 3D cursor as the pivot point. Now if I hold down Control, I can snap it to increments as well. And if I want to snap it to a specific increment, like let's say 45 degrees or 41 degrees, I just type while I'm rotating, just type 41, and it's exactly as it says up here at 41 degrees. Press enter and so on. You can actually modify this specifically after if you want, or just right click, let go, or undo, rotate again, snap. And if you want it to snap very finely, not go crazy like this, you hold down shift and it starts moving slowly. And if you hold down shift control, it starts snapping in much smaller increments. So for example, if I wanted to snap to 15. It snaps normally by default it snaps to 5 degrees, but if I wanted to snap to by 1 degree, I just add holding down shift. So now I want to snap to 16, for example. It's snapping by 1 degree. Now it's 16 degrees exactly. So in any case, let me just rotate this for a quick preview. Go to camera mode. In rendering, I'm in slot 2. Slot 1 looks like this. Slot 2 looks like this. I either hit F12 or go and render image. And now it will render this image for me. Of course, it has no reason to be at 4K samples, but I didn't change it, so we'll just let it run just for the sake of demonstrating the slots feature. So now it's done. I can close this, and now this slot feature is for comparing images between them. So you can either click here or just press J, and it will snap back and forth between the other ones. You can also view passes here, but it's not set, so this is for later anyway. Let me just go back to layout, exit the camera, and go back to solid view. So in solid view everything is gray, but you can set it either to X-ray mode. So if I press Alt X, Alt Z, Alt X is for 3ds Max. So if I go into Alt Z and have this, I can look through stuff. Right? X-ray mode. Let me just create a bowl. Armature. This is wireframe mode. If I press Shift Z and Alt Z is for X-ray mode. And you can toggle these under this menu. This actually turns off every viewport element that exists. So it says viewport overlays. And let's say I don't want to see the grid anymore. I just remove the floor. And I don't want to see the axis anymore because I don't care. Maybe I'll just use my axis constraint buttons and see them. So now, for example, if I want to move on Z, I can just press Z while grabbing and it will constrain it to the Z, or on X. And if I want to know what X is, minus or positive, it will always tell me up here when I move things. So if I move towards positive, it grows, and if I move towards the negative, it drops. So obviously this way towards my right is X minus, and that way is X plus. Okay, let me just go into these in more detail. This removes the 3D cursor. Bad move, in my opinion. This is the text info up here. I don't really remove it because it's quite helpful. But if you want anything, you can just turn these on and off. This is the statistics. I love this. This is always on because I always know my scene or object data. Usually this is displayed for the scene right now, so we have 12 triangles scene on 900 like this. So this is the total. But if I go into edit mode, just like Maya, this is dependent on the object I'm in. So now it's displaying the scene, and if I go into edit mode, it's displaying the objects totals, or what is selected out of what. So this is always on for me. Okay. This is where you also turn on wireframe. So now everything has wireframe turned on. I set, this doesn't have a default shortcut, so I set mine. So you can set yours as well if you want to see or toggle wireframe quickly. I usually do that in Max. Okay, so and this face orientation is for debugging purposes mostly, because for example, if we have flipped normals, or yeah, it's red, and if we have good normals, it's blue. But I'm not a fan of this. I usually just turn on backface culling. So let me just, well, why isn't it here? Oh yeah, it's weird that it's not here, but I will show you where it is. So this is wireframe, right? When you go into edit mode, the wireframe is always on. And if you don't want to see it, you can't do anything about it here. You actually have to go here to visibility, and you just can't remove it. At least I don't know of in any case. Okay, this is under. So if you press here, this small arrow here, it will go into the options for the mode you're in. So these are the 4 modes. Yeah. Each mode has its own options. Material preview and render are very similar, but just with the difference that you can choose a different viewport HDRI for material preview. The render will not get affected because normally this is ticked on like scene world, so you can choose a different. I'm sorry, it's using your custom HDRI. And if you want to use the same HDRI in viewport, you just have to click these two, and it will use the lighting from the viewport that's already present. So material preview doesn't use your existing lights, it uses a preview light. So for example, if I exit edit mode and select this light like this, and I turn on the lights, I can use my scene's lights in Eevee without rendering. So this is just a preview. Of course, that's why it's called material preview, but at least it's using the lights from the scene. And if I turn on scene world as well, then it's also using the HDRI from the scene. But if we click here and go to shading and go to world node, or just here, basically see the surface background isn't using anything, it's just a color. So if I set it to red, go back, the world is red. So it's just using this. So let me just reset, right click and reset the default values. Which is weird because this was gray. So that's about it for these. You can also check for passes, but this is of course real time, but it's very helpful to check passes with it if you're debugging or checking for anything. This is for Eevee that I showed you now, but it also applies to cycles as well. So this is how you check passes. Okay. Here in solid view, there's a lot of important options, and the most important one I think is backface culling, because that's always the best button to find out if your normals are good or not. So this looks great. If my normals were flipped like this, that would have been very bad, but at least it's visible, because if this isn't on, good luck. At least have this one on if that isn't on. So you can see that the red ones are the interior faces, but should be flipped. And if I go here, select the face or faces, I Alt N, and get this menu, flip the normals, it just flips everything. Or if I go here and search around these menus, I'm sure I will find normal somewhere, but seeing that I don't use these, oh, here it is, mesh normals, I flip them again. And the Blender has this great button. If you select everything and press Shift N, it recalculates normals. Or if you're looking for the button, it's just Alt N. See, recalculate outside, recalculate inside. So if I recalculate outside, it does this, and it sets the normals back to default. I don't know how it does it. I don't care. It works. It's awesome. Okay, so backface culling here. You can also turn X-ray on here as well. You can also turn shadows on, which is great if you're doing something that helps you with it. The cavity is also very nice for displaying stuff better. Let me just turn the face orientation off. So this is with cavity on. Just exit edit mode. This is with cavity on, and this is with cavity off. So it just highlights, puts a small highlight on your edges. You can also modify this, of course, and you can select what type of cavity you're seeing, because it's using screen space now. And you can set it to world as well, or set it to both. Okay, and set the settings for it as well, of course. So you can also turn on depth of field. These are all actually Eevee settings again, but on this default solid view gray mode. But you can actually see the textures as well and everything. I'll get there in a sec. So there are all these features that you can turn on and off to check stuff while modeling. You can choose the background. You can choose custom colors here for your viewport. Now, you can see materials, a material color in solid view, because as you saw before, this should be red and this should be blue, and I have to go into material preview mode for that. But you have these buttons, which can either change the color of the object as you want, color them randomly. Sometimes I really like this, especially if I have a lot of pieces, and you can show the texture if it has any texture. So let me just assign an image texture here by pressing this yellow button. New image texture, generated UV grid, oh, color grid, okay. And that's fine, I won't give it a name. It's okay. And now you can also preview the texture on it, but it doesn't have any shading on it. So if I turn it metallic or lower its roughness, make it shiny, it doesn't affect it. So it just shows the texture on it, like a flat texture. If I use this one, it just shows the texture on it with this matte cap. So here you can also choose matte caps. It's really a rich program. I don't know why it's called Studio or Matte Cap. Oh, because you can rotate the lighting here if you choose so. And matte caps are, well, you know what matte caps are. Static lighting from an environment. Okay, and there's also flat color without any shadows. So this is a great way to check your flat colors if you're using such a workflow. So let me just go back to Studio. If I go here and reset to default values, nothing happens because yay for Blender. You can also install your custom things, but that doesn't matter right now. You can also adjust the samples of cavity maps quality and the samples for the shadows as well. Or what is this? Anyway, okay. So that's about it for solid view. Let me just set it back to material. Now it looks like this. Just select everything and delete because I like my clean viewport, and I will make sure my cursor is snapped to center, make a cube, and finally get into my favorite part, which is modeling. Or should I? Should I get into saving? Add-on shortcuts? Finding textures? Maybe I should. But I think that's really self-explanatory. Let's just get into editing and modeling. Really, everyone's been waiting for it. So, in Blender to edit, you have to go into edit mode just like I told you here before, or tab, my favorite button. And when I go into tab, I can either choose faces, edges, but with 1, 2, 3. If I press the other buttons 4, 5, 6, and so on, nothing happens. So it's very basic. If I go into X-ray mode or wireframe mode though, the faces will have these middle points, just so you can select them, because if I don't click the middle point for the face, it won't get selected, even if I drag. So I have to drag and get my middle points inside. This will be helpful when you have a dense mesh, trust me. Okay, so this is edge mode, but mode, and so on. Okay, so, oh, essential buttons. Split or connect is Control R. Don't click. While you hover your mouse, you can choose the loop to go around, and don't click yet, because if you scroll your mouse wheel, it will decide how many cuts to make. So I've decided 3 cuts. Then I click, but I won't confirm yet, because now I can slide it. And here in the top bar, it says even off, alt or clamp on. And that means that if I press this button uh, in the brackets, that is E from even, then it will calculate an even distance from the edges. But this is not very visible right now, because this is just a simple cube, but I'll show you in a minute. But anything that a feature can do, a modeling feature can do, will be displayed in this top bar usually. And you see it also displays the value where it is. So if I want to put it in the middle, I either right click and it confirms and snaps to the middle, either write a value on my numpad for it. So now I cut this cube into a few pieces like this. After every command, a window will appear down here, and you can still adjust the last command. There are a lot of adjustments here, just like in Maya, but you can't come back to these once you've committed them. So you can only do this before you press enter, or immediately after the last command. As you saw, I was clamping. All that meant that it wouldn't let it go past the faces I was working on, or not. Okay, so I just click away. This is confirmed. Now I have cut the cube into multiple faces. To select multiple things, just keep shift selected. To select stuff in a row or in a loop, you hold Alt and click on the edge of the face. So if I wanted to go that way, I just click either here or here. Wanted to go up or down, I just click here. If I want to select from this corner to somewhere else, it's kind of goes in the line. So I hold Control and click the next corner where I want to go, and it will find the shortest path. Let me just demonstrate it on the UV sphere. Much easier. So if I want to go here, for example, and hold Control, it finds the shortest path. It won't select in a diagonal matter. If I hold the Control Shift, then it selects everything in like a selection box kind of method. So if I want to select all the rows here and all the columns onto this, I could either go into selection box mode and do this and maybe not get everything, or hold Control Shift and click here, and now I got everything inside this edge flow box. Just a reminder again with the loops, you don't have ring or loop selection separately. So to select, I mean, it's not like Max. You select either ring or loop. You select the thing, the first element, and if you click, I mean, if you hold down Alt in edge mode, for example, it's just the same as in face select, but it selects the loop you're on. So if I want to select this, and this one too, I hold Shift and it selects loops. uh, if it intersects, the selection intersects, it will show you that it selected the face as well, because it will practically be like selecting the face. Don't panic, this is normal. So if I want to select a ring, for example, I hold Alt Control, and if I hold Shift Alt Control, I just keep selecting rings, or Shift Alt, I select loops, Shift Alt Control. So I select the rings again and I deselect them like this. Shift Alt, I reselect loops and I deselect them for deselection. Or A to select all, A to Alt A to deselect all. It's usually, Blender usually uses this combo of Control, Alt, and Shift for everything. So you can explore any feature that you ever use in Blender. It will always use Control, Shift, and R. Okay, and for verts, the same applies. Like if you want to select a loop, just click the next vert. Or click the edge that you want to send the loop towards. And same thing applies with the ring. So it will actually select the loop ring if you press the next edge. It's kind of inverted from the edge selection, but it's okay. And if I have, for example, I shift Control Alt, selected all this stuff, and I want to deselect just this vert, I just shift select it like that. Shift reselect, deselect stuff. Just keep that in mind. Shift reselect, deselect stuff. Okay, that's about selections. And now we can get into other commands. So I told you loop cut. This is how loop cut works, yeah? And if I go into loop cut and do a single cut in this case, let me just move stuff around first. So if I grab word G, move, yeah, and I model some kind of slide thing like this, and it's unequal. Let's delete these faces. Let's extrude, so E to extrude. Select this, grab, and either snap the word with control, like I have this word selected, I hold down control and start snapping to other vertices, and I snap here, and it actually can auto weld vertices, but I don't remember where to turn that on. Interesting. In any case, you either snap to something like that, or you take one and you have contextual menus in Blender. So if I'm in vertex mode and I press right click, it gives me the vertex context menu. If I'm in edge mode and right click, gives me the edge context menu, and face mode, and so on. So that on the keyboard is either Control V for vertex, Control E for edge, Control F for face. So now that I want to weld words, I either press Ctrl V and say nothing, because this doesn't work like Autodesk. That's exactly my point. So let me demonstrate how you do it. Welding here is super weird. You choose the words you want to weld, so you choose the first one and the last one, or the next one, and you press M for merge. So you select the first one and the last one or the next one. You press M for merge, and it asks you where to merge the words. So from the first to last. So if you select at last, it merges the first to the last. If you select at first, it merges the last to the first. If you select collapse, it merges. It can't merge because it's unconnected. But if I choose connected words like this and I say collapse, it collapses. And if I say at cursor, whatever is selected, it will just merge at the cursor. That's why I told you the cursor is important. And if I merge at center, it will merge between them. And for in this case, when I snapped the word here, I either go into wireframe, so I select through the mesh, or in X-ray mode. Because if I'm not in X-ray mode or wireframe, I select the mesh and it doesn't go through. So I either select these two and say merge in whatever manner I like, or select everything, or select just these two and say merge by distance, and this is my distance adjustment. I can say tell it to merge in a certain distance, but in this case it's fine, because now if I select everything, you see that only one word is selected, so it merged these two selected words before, just like this. I had two words here, yeah, and I do this by distance, and now it's merged or welded in Autodesk slang. So let me just go back to solid mode. But by the way, in wireframe, this is the normal wireframe view. If you're in wireframe, you can also use Alt-Z X-ray mode to make a kind of solid view, but turn wireframe off. It's just not shaded. So in solid mode, it's a bit shaded. In wireframe mode, it's unshaded, and it toggles wireframe on and off. Okay, to slide words or edges, you just double tap the command you're doing. In this case, you're moving it, so double tap, you just do GG, and now I'm sliding the word constraint to the edge. Or if I select the edge and I press GG, it slides the edge like this. And now, for example, I want to merge this here, so M, L, you see every menu has this underline under certain letters. So that means every time you go into such a menu, if you press that letter that is underlined, it will do that command. So I want to merge at last, so I press L. So if I want to merge, let's say I extrude the face here, I want to merge this one here, I press M, L, and it merged at last. And again, and to repeat an action, let me just undo this. To repeat an action, you have to do the action first. So ML, and if I now choose these two words and press Shift R, it repeats the last action. And if I GG this, it slides here. To bridge, you select to edges and press Ctrl B. Oh, sorry, that's my custom shortcut. So you press two edges and say either right click and look for the command that doesn't have a shortcut, by the way. It's a bridge edge loops, or you either type bridge and it bridges. And now because it's all wavy, I can show you what the even command means. So if I want to look at this, which has very bad topology, by the way, because I switched it, but it doesn't matter. Right now, if I want to look at this, I click and oh, this is horrible because of the topology. Because of the edge flow, it can't do what I wanted to show you. So this is actually a brilliant example of how not to model, and I'm happy this happened because you can see that the command didn't work. So in any case, for example here where the words are going narrower, much narrower here, but much wider here, and they would go into the saw pattern. If I make a loop cut here and start moving it around, if I press clamp, it can continue on its journey on the normals of these edges, but that would be horrible. So I turn clamp off, and clamp was C, by the way, as you can see in the upper bar. And if I press E, you can see that it takes an edge reference and it will calculate an even distance from that edge. So if E is not on, the edges will always keep the middle. So in this longer edge, if I go to the middle, it will stay in the middle, and it means that every edge, even the shorter one, will be in the middle. If I commit, it stays right there in the middle, and it moves proportionately towards the other vertices. But if even is on, then it chooses one side of these edges, which I'm hovering over. In this case, it's the short one, and it uses an even distance from that edge. If I now press F, as it says up here, flipped, I just flip the direction of that edge. So now it's even from the bottom, and now it's even from the top. This will be very useful. Okay, to split an edge, you press Ctrl Shift R, and it creates a even bevel edge slide. It's actually not beveling it, it's just splitting. It just creates two loops around the edges, and this also has the even feature on it, so it's very useful. It's incredibly useful actually in this case. So because the edges all have different lengths. And to bevel, just select an edge loop and press Ctrl B, and while you're beveling, if you scroll, it will start to bevel. I mean, choose more segments and also keep the curvature of the bevel. So let's bevel a sharper corner like this one. So now if I bevel here, as you can see, there are no segments like this, but every time I add one, it keeps rounding the corner as a bevel should. After I click the command, I can also modify the shape of the bevel. So if I want an interior one, I just set it to 0.1 instead of 1. and I can also select what type of bevel it does, what it looks at, what its reference is. You can even bevel with percentages here, which is crazy. This loop slide button is also very good because it takes into account the curvature of the topology, and you can auto mark seams even with a bevel, and it's really a lot of advanced stuff that should be experimented with. You can also make a custom profile, so maybe you have, I don't know, something like a windowsill or some baroque designed detail, so you can actually bevel with any custom profile you like, something like this for example. But of course I don't have enough edges, I mean segments, but if I add the segments, it's done. And now if I click into space, it even applied it in the profile I customized it with. And it keeps this, by the way. If I select the next one, it keeps using it, and if you want to reset it, you just go back to default, and or just reset everything, and it keeps the settings. Okay, that's for beveling. All the other commands are of course available here under control edge or control foot or control face. And Blender has this awesome feature. For example, if we have some holes, you either select you loop select the border, like it's 3ds Max has this great border selection feature. To select that, you press alt click on the border, and for example I want to extrude it inside, so I extrude and then scale. This is using the 3D cursor now, so I'll just move it to the medium point like so. Okay, and maybe I want to cap this. So to cap this, I just press F, and it creates a face. F is actually the shortcut for creating a face. So for example, if I have a square hole like this, and I want to bridge it, I either just select one of the edges and I press F and it auto bridges, or press both and it creates a face between them, or I can actually even create a triangular face by selecting the edge next to it and pressing F, which is a great shortcut if you're ever in need of it. So now I just select this edge, and if I want to delete something or delete an edge like this and not keep the words, this is where the delete menu comes in. You can't just delete stuff in edit mode in Blender. You have to select in what way you delete it. So if you just delete words, what this is, it creates a hole, undo. If you delete the edges, it just deletes the edges and leaves a hole where the words are actually floating in space, which is horrible. But I don't know, maybe some people use it that way, and so on. And you can delete faces. Apparently you can't, but you want to delete only edges and faces, and so on. Like so many things to delete, but you have to dissolve edges, for example, and the words will go away. In this case, that's what we want. We want to dissolve edges. If we dissolve faces, nothing happens in this case because we have to dissolve multiple faces. Then it will delete the vertex. Yeah, actually, it will dissolve the topology holding up those faces. To cut in Blender, you either go to K from knife, and it has this cool snapping feature. that cuts like this, and you right click to do another one, and to confirm you have to press enter, uh, like that. Or if you want to cut through things, Blender is super smart and it auto cuts for you. So I selected these words, and usually you would cut like this, and that would happen, but that would be horrible. Or not really. If you want to cut it like this, that's how you would do it. But if you're looking for the exact middle point, you can just select two vertices between it, and if you press J from join, it auto cuts it for you, and that's how you connect words in general together. And if I dissolve these, it auto cut. Okay, and now to make the grid here, I would either use cut just like I demonstrated, or just press J between these two words, and it auto cut the square here. Now I can extrude, scale, move, slide, and so on. If I have a selection like this, and maybe we want to make this a circle, so I realized all of these not basic things, but let's say extra features belong to a set of subtools that we have to activate. They are add-ons, but internal add-ons. So Blender is weird in this way. If you go to the add-ons and search for mesh, just to narrow it down, you'll have to activate mesh, edit mesh tools, and loop tools, and so on, because they just add some extra buttons, which are really good. And I never understood why they aren't turned on automatically by default when you start. So let's just turn these on, and we'll make it more and as Autodesk as possible. There is also an extra add-on I will add, but I'll save that for later. So now, because I added loop tools, there should be under the edit tab these two sub tabs here. We're not really interested in exploring the options here, and there's just a few of them that you need to know about. One is G-stretch. The other one is flatten, especially Max users if you actually use this. But I'll show you a different way to flatten things. And the most important one is circle. So if I press this button now, any faces that are selected and have any amount of sides will turn circular. It's just like circular eyes or sphere eyes or anything like that in Autodesk products. And I wanted to, or actually I can select the rest of it right now. So if I grow my selection holding Control and I tap plus on my numpad, I don't know what happened. Then or minus to shrink. So Control plus grows, minus shrinks. I can press this once again and it creates a circle, and so on. Don't have to do this one by one like I did, but that's how it works. And I bet everyone knows this. Just extrude, shrink, scale, I mean. And the best part of Blender is that it knows how to scale on normals. So if you press Alt S, it will push on the normals of any face. So you see it's pushing on what is selected. So I can make this deeper, for example, or bring it out a bit. And now if I Alt click select these, Alt Shift click select these, and maybe bevel. You've seen this a million times. Make something like that. And if I add a modifier using this tab, this button here, add modifier, we'll add a subdivision surface, and that smooths the mesh. And if you want more geo, you can just press this to view levels in viewport, just like in Max, or in render, however much you want. And it's jagged now because it has flat faces turned on. So I should just right click, shade smooth, and it's super smooth now. If I reach this point, let me talk a bit about normals. You can turn off the preview for the any modifier. You have these little buttons here. If you turn off the camera, it won't render the effect. If you turn off the screen, it will just turn off. I mean, it won't turn off the modifier, it turns off the preview of it. If the camera is still on, it will render it smoothly like this. So this is like toggling on and off the view of your modifier. This is like showing its cage when you're in edit mode. So if this is on, it's showing both, and if this is off, you don't see the effect in edit mode. You have to exit to see it in object mode. But if this is toggled on, you'll see it while you're in edit mode. In any case, I usually leave it like this. There is also a shortcut for this. So any object, for example, this is great for when modeling a cube. I mean, if you want to create a sphere from a cube, so like a quad cube, there's a shortcut for that modifier. You don't have to come in here and press the button again and click around. You can just control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, how many ever subdivisions you want. So if I press control 1, it will do one level of subdivision, control 3 to 4, and so on. It will just keep subdividing it. I can just go back, control 2, control 1. So that's a very fast shortcut for it. But it's still just a cube. So if you go into edit mode, you can still see that it's just a cube and the modifier is on. This is great for Max users because you will be very used to this workflow. You can also stack modifiers. So if I put a bevel modifier on and I put it before the subdivision, so the order is from top to bottom. So this is the last modifier being applied, and this is the first one. Right now the bevel modifier is working on the angle method, so anything that is under 30 degrees will get beveled. Any edge that is under 30 degrees will get beveled. I will just turn off the preview for the subdivision. So this is how it actually looks. Let me just activate wireframe to see it better. And while we're at it, I'll just create a shortcut for this. So you can create shortcuts for anything in the interface by right clicking on its button and assign shortcut to it. And I'll just press the key and I'll like it to be F4 in this case. So now it's F4, but it's conflicting with the original shortcut that is F4, which is this file context menu, which I don't understand who would ever want to use like this, but I don't care because it's conflicting. I have to go into preferences, go to key map, check for my shortcut. So I'll either write the name for my command like wireframe here, which is weird that it doesn't appear, or it's best if I just write the shortcut. So I write F4 in this case, and now it says context toggle, but oh sorry, file context menu, and I don't want this shortcut to be on, so I just untick it, and now there will be no more conflicts, so I can just close it. And if I press F4, you can see my wireframe is turning on. Let me just turn off cavity so it displays better. So I can toggle wireframe on and off. Okay, finally. I have some nice shortcuts now. This is the bevel modifier. As this is a cube and every angle is 90, let me just move this out like this. So this is about 120, this is about 30 or 45, something like that. And let's make a 60 or something, I don't know. And it's fine. This would be like 45. Sorry, I wanted this one. Okay. And now I can add more segments like this. And I also want to see the effect. So now I'm in object mode, because it won't display the wireframe for some weird reason outside object mode. So hide this. We can see better. I can just choose how many segments I want the bevel to have, and the angle from where I want it to bevel. Maybe I just want everything beveled, then I set it to 0, or set it to 180 and I don't have anything beveled. But let's see, like I can set it to 60 and not have these, and so on. But this doesn't offer much control, so I don't like this angle method. My favorite method is weight method, and with weight method on, if you go into edit, sorry, item, what the hell is it? Oh yeah, item, and select an edge, you can tell it to be beveled and how much. So I can just control the amount of bevel with this one slider here for each edge. So maybe I want this bevel to the max, and maybe I want these two side edges to only be beveled 50%. So this is a percentage value, and this should be max. And actually, maybe let's just keep this down to 25%. And now, if I increase the amount, you can see that it's much more controllable, and you don't have to bevel based on angles and limit your model just to use the bevel modifier, or bevel manually and be destructive. This offers really non-destructive modeling capabilities, so it's a very good tool. I think the bevel modifier is one of the best in Blender. in regards to modeling, and this is why I love modeling inside it. Okay, and of course this would be applied after it. And if I don't want this, I'll just choose this a little bit. And this, of course, is an optimized view. You can just untick optimal display, and this would be the true geometry left after you would apply all these modifiers. To apply a modifier, you must be in object mode, and click the object, and you go to this small arrow and click apply, and it says, as you can see, it says Control A. So I applied it, and now if I click this and press Control A, it will be applied. I just undone my shortcuts again. Okay. So that's about it. Or if you want to apply everything at once, for example, let me just duplicate this as a backup. If you want to apply everything at once, you don't have to Control A, Control A. You can also write convert. You can say convert to mesh. And now everything that was here has been converted to this mesh. This is how you also turn splines into tube splines and things made in curves into geo, by the way. So let me just delete all this. Actually just these two, and I'll keep this one. I'm just showing you another modifier. I want to delete that face, and I can add solidify. This is one of my favorite modifiers again, very useful. Let's take it one by one. So you can add thickness to the geo like this. This is also available in 3ds Max. In Maya, you would just extrude everything, and it's really bad. Like, it's one of the worst methods to solidify an object, especially when you're making a geo which would use the same UV both in front and back. So this really holds on to the UVs. You can explore the settings here. Many of them are very self-explanatory and will help modify the effect, like these high quality normals, for example. Or if you have more geo, it's a bit more precise. Of course, like anything, really, in 3D. Okay, so now if I enable the rest. By the way, clamp is on in the bevel modifier. And just minimize this by pressing the arrows. Clamp is on by default. So even if you have this amount, if this amount is more, then it would take to get out of, to break the geo, then it will not go over. So you can disable clamp overlap if you want a certain amount and adjust your control click. You can adjust your weights manually wherever you need to, or remove all the stuff that is overlapping, because if you leave clamp overlap on, it will always try to keep your geo as much as it can. Okay, You can add, by the way, modifiers to your quick favorites menu. Quick favorites menu is Q, so if I press Q, there's nothing here right now. But I usually add these three modifiers to my quick favorites menu, like right click, add to quick favorites, and bevel as well. I won't add subdivision surface because I have my shortcut for it, but of course you can add shortcuts for anything and add anything to your quick favorites. So back to modeling. I want to show you a few things like G-stretch and edge loop, set flow, like in 3ds Max, because it's a very essential tool. So maybe you have some noisy stuff like this, and you want to flatten this, and you don't want to spend a million years snapping things manually or scaling things like you would in Maya. Like if you scale constraint to Z, press 0, and constraint to another axis scale, press 0, I'm sorry, constraint to Y, and so on, and now move to snap here, and then rotate from the top to manually find this angle. It's just a pain. So let me just undo that and show you a much quicker way. So in Blender there's this very good add-on that I showed you before in edit. So if I click the first vert and control click, control or whatever, click the path to the vert I want these to align to, I can just press G stretch now, and it will always stretch all the vertices evenly out from the first to the last one. And there is, of course, settings. There are settings for all of these. I usually use this spread evenly method. In this case, it looks good. Sometimes another one works better. It's a case by case thing. So this is a good command to know. I also have a shortcut for this usually. I put it on Alt X. So G stretch, assign shortcut Alt X. But that's my shortcut. You assign your favorite shortcuts as you see fit. Other essential commands while modeling, there's this relax, but you can find it if you right click. You can also find it here. This is different relax, and depending on what add-ons you have installed or not installed, it will work in different ways. To rip faces, you have to press Y, and now it's ripped. You can rip it out. This is like extract faces in Maya. To duplicate anything, even in edit mode, you just duplicate. Shift D, and it duplicates. If you want to separate these two objects, for them to be two separate objects, you just select what you want. But to select an entire body of an object, entire mesh, you just press L, or hover over the geo. For example, let me just show you like something like this. So I hover my mouse over this geo, and I press L, and so on. So just hover and to deselect. Well, sadly you can't. So you have to deselect manually, but I can't. You just hold down Control and drag, and you have to deselect things, stuff like this. It's a bit annoying, but you get it. So, as I said, hover, press L, press P to separate, and it will ask you. It will ask you in what way. So you select, you separate your selection. So this is extract faces and separate object. Like in Maya, it will keep the original object's pivot point. If you want to set origin object, set origin to geo, for example, or use the 3D cursor method I showed you. Cursor to selected, set origin to 3D cursor. And now it's set here. And you can snap the things. Okay, that's separating. And let me see. To flatten things. For example, if I want these faces, see if that happens, it means my W key was pressed and I wasn't in marquee select mode. So now it's marquee select. If I press again, it's this paint select. Or if I press again, it's freeform marquee select. If I press W again, it's tweak and I move when I directly click, which is horrible. So just keep it on marquee selection mode. So let's see. I wanted to flatten these faces, right? And I want them in an angle like this. So let me just extrude and scale inside. And this would be an inset, right? But if you actually want an inset, you just press I from inset, E. Okay, so I want to flatten this and I can use this button to flatten, but it will have an effect like this, and that's horrible. Or I can also scale it, but I have to look at it from the front. So if I shift numpad 7, which is like shift top, it will it will move the camera perpendicular to your selection. So this would be top view, and I selected my active edge to be this one, and its normal is looking that way. So if I shift numpad 7, my camera aligns to that edge is normal, my active object's normal. And now if I select local, or if I just scale and press any axis twice, if you press the axes for constraining stuff twice, it switches between local and global. So I want to scale along the normal of this edge, the way I'm looking at it right now. So that would be towards X. I'm sorry, it would be towards Z. Well, this failed. So I have to set it to view and constrain it to Z. No. Oh, I have to set it to Y. I have to set it to view and constrain it to Y. And now it's flat. But of course, this is a bit roundabout way to doing it. So once again, let me show you. So you select it, you select the face or the element, be it vertex, edge or face, you select it. And if you shift numpad 7, it shifts the camera towards the active elements axis. And once you're in this mode, your camera controls of front, back, right, left will use this active objects axis now. So if I look at it from the front, if I press Shift 1, it looks at it from that edge's other axis. So this would be its normal. If I Shift 7, like Shift top on this normal, and this is its other normal, which is pointing through it. And it averages out the faces normals. So this would be the selections normals, front view, something like that. And now if I scale on the y-axis in view mode, sorry, because y would be up and down in this case, then I can flatten it to 0 and move it again on that y to somewhere like this. And if you want to be really precise, then of course you would select the first and the last words in a row and use the G-stretch method as I explained just a few moments ago. And then it would be actually really flat. Yes, a bit roundabout, but much more precise than anything Autodesk can offer at the moment. If you use that constrain camera to local axis, as I did before, then it will orbit around that selection a bit weirdly. So if you just press any of the num keys to your orthographic views again, it will reset and move normally again. Okay. So, okay. There is a very important button here, which I forgot to mention so far. It's this one. This is proportional editing. So if you turn this off, it's like a soft selection in Max and Maya. But it works with your mouse's scroll wheel. So when you select something, and this is on, you start moving it in circle, and if you scroll your mouse, the circle grows or becomes smaller, and you can model quite organically like this. Of course, you know how to use this, and it also has fall off with some presets, and of course you can create your own. In this case, you can't. In another version of Blender, you could. I don't know why they removed it. In any case, I usually use sphere, but of course this will be by case. The other important button here is this one, so you can just toggle it on, so it handles connected only, because if that's not on, it will select everything in the circle's radius. So as you can see, these islands are not affected, but if this is off. The islands are also affected. There is also this project from view, which is like looking through the camera. So if this is on here, and I move it like this and it doesn't get affected in 3D space like it would if I did it like this. Oh, great. I showed you how to detach things. I showed you how to separate things. Let's just go into the bridge option a bit, because I know Maya has this and I want to show that Blender also has this. So if you bridge something like this and you start adding cuts, it can also inherit the profile of whatever you're connecting. So in this case, as you can see, these faces normals are going out like this, and it wants to make to use its profile like that. And you can set the smoothness of the profile here and the factor here. It actually shrinks the middle and scales it. Just reset it. You can also set the factor's shape right here. And so on. Just put it back to what it was. And there's also this twist that I don't get why it doesn't work right now, since normally it really should work. Let me see if it works here. Interesting. Twist is broken. Okay. So let's continue. To make an instance, normally you duplicate with Shift D, right? This is a normal duplicate, but if you press Alt D, it will duplicate an instance. So anything I do to this now happens to the other mesh as well. If you want to combine two objects, you just press J from join. But since these are instances, they can't combine to themselves. So to make this a unique item, you have to go here, and this is its object data property. So this is called cube5, and this is called its name. For example, select the original and instance. So up here is the name, but under here is every object in the scene with its transform node's name. So because they have the same name, they're an instance. And to make it unique, you have to press this a number here, and now it's cube 05. Old instance OG mesh. Okay. And if I copy the OG mesh, it creates a duplicate of it. But if I instance the OG mesh, it's still the OG mesh. So that's the difference. So if I move this now, only the right one moves. Okay, let me delete these. Oh, and by the way, before I delete them, because every object that was ever created is inside here, see like these zeros, they still exist in memory. Like I can tell Blender to just replace these. Or I can make an instance out of an object that already exists. So for example, I want to instance this, and I just say that this is also an OG mesh. And now if I modify this one or that one, it also just turns into an instance. And I find this brilliant in Blender. Okay, let me just delete all these. Let me introduce sculpting mode. I'll just create a cube here, divide it twice, apply this by pressing Alt A and press Visual Geometry. It's the same as writing convert to mesh. And now I have this. To go into sculpting mode, I can either select this window, and now I'm in sculpting mode. And I just drag this out to see the names for the brushes. Or I can hold Control Tab, press this, or select it from the list here. So now I'm in sculpting mode. If I press T, the brushes on the left appear here. And if I go into this tool menu, everything will be displayed that the brush can do. This is also the same here if I press the N. By the way, I have to activate my shortcuts again. So here in the tool menu, this is the same thing, so I'll close this. If you press F, you modify the brush radius. You can also modify it here up in the bar, but it's not, it doesn't have any visual feedback. The strength is up here. Usually, I very rarely ever modify the strength. But if I have to, it's up here. If I press G or R or stuff like that, it actually goes into these brushes sometimes. So there's a grab brush, which is the equivalent to move in ZBrush. And I want to activate symmetry, for example. And you know the drill, any sculpting software or package. This is actually much better than Maya. It's almost on par with ZBrush. I've rarely used Autodesk's package Modbox, but I think it's quite similar. I think I've used about twice. So this is your regular draw brush, and this is your standard. Sharp one, like damn standard brush, ZBrush, but this has a really low res now. So instead of doing this, oh, it's actually defaulted to the multi-res brush. Okay, so in sculpt mode, if you press Ctrl 2 or whichever shortcut you want to use, like for subdivision, it will create this multi-resolution modifier like this. And if you subdivide it, sorry, but if you press subdivide, then it subdivides the mesh dynamically, just like in ZBrush. So you can sculpt much better and smaller detail. if you hold down Control, it does the opposite of the brush, like that. It has your standard brushes, snake hook, so on, but it has this great pose brush, which in the radius of the brush, it moves stuff like this. So if this would be an arm, you could, let's say, bend the arm from the elbow like that. This is the best brush inside Blender, honestly. There's also this smooth relax brush. So if you want to smooth things out, but you don't want to modify the topology, so if you press Shift, it uses this default smooth brush and see that it flattens things out. Same as holding down Shift. And if I use the slide relax, it doesn't modify the topology that, it doesn't modify the silhouette as much, but it does move out and tries to make equal triangles. So this is yet another amazing brush to have. The rest is just your standard stuff that you find in ZBrush or other sculpting packages. So it's an exploration basis. Oh, and Blender's famous for this cloth brush. Let me just add some more resolution to demonstrate this. This is also an amazing brush. I'll turn off symmetry, and if you drag this brush around, it simulates live cloth on Blender, the body like this, so you don't have to sculpt creases. You can just push and pull things around like it would be tablecloth, for example. Of course, this is all dependent here on the settings, so maybe you modify these and the properties change for this brush. Okay, that's about sculpting. I won't teach you how to sculpt because this is not about it is not about that. I just introduce this feature just to know that it exists and there is an equivalent for it. And I maybe I will create other tutorials just about this topic, but you should just know that it exists. Okay, that's almost about it for sculpting. I just want to show that, for example, if you have two bodies in Blender like this, or more, and you want to go in sculpt mode, you choose the mesh, and it only works on the chosen mesh. I can't sculpt on the other stuff because this one is active. So cube 5, if I go into object mode, this is cube 5, cube 3, 4. So let's say there's left, press F2, right, center. So if I go into sculpt mode here, there's this little Bouchard icon, and this is the only active one. And if I want to go into this one, for example, I just click this little dot and now this one's active. So that's how you can change fast between sculpting bodies. Okay, that's about it for sculpting for now. I just want to introduce the texture painting feature, which is a bit buggy, but it's been like that since Blender ever appeared. So let me just repeat what I did before. Okay, shades move, and now I have this sphere, right? So let me go into texture painting mode. So now it's pink because it doesn't have a material assigned, so you have to create a material. like this. Just assign one and define a texture. And this is called, let's say, text for paint. And I have to assign it to the material itself as an image texture. So text for paint is now the texture of this material, and that is assigned to this mesh that I will paint on. And now I'm in draw mode, so I can just simply paint on the body. This is the same as the sculpting menu. Here are your tools: soften, smear, clone, fill, and so on. I'll just fill this in with the blue and draw some orange and smear it a bit. I've never used clone before, but apparently it looks like that, so that's it. You can also mask stuff. Actually, this is masked with edit mode. So if you come here and select these faces, for example, and go tab again, it goes back to texture painting mode, and now I click green. And normally it would mask, that's why I said it's buggy. But I won't go in depth into this. Anyway, this is just to show you that this exists again. And this is how you can paint stuff. After you painted this, painted whatever you wanted, you have to save the image separately. So make sure to save this image, otherwise this will get lost. And that's how you texture paint. Let me just go back into this mode. It's also accessible from this radial menu if you press Control Tab. So go back to texture painting mode here, press N, or open this menu and so on. So I can just paint stuff like that with symmetry and everything you need. If you don't like how this looks, you can always go to flat shading and solid view. And this is just like, if you press X, by the way, it switches between the two materials. So this would be like an unlit shader. So this is just the color channel. I'm using the mouse, so my painting's not very good with it, but you get it. Okay, that's about it for painting then. Let me just clean everything up. Okay, and an important thing I forgot or left until now was working with curves. I want to show this because it's the only feature that everyone loves 3ds Max for, including me, and it can do what Max can. So after adding a curve, if you go into edit mode, and I want to go into top view, of course, just a moment, activate these to make it clearer. Okay, so now I'm in this edit curve mode, and if I press E to extrude, it will create a new point. I can resize and bevel to use these Bezier corners to make stuff. If I want to change the type, I press V, and maybe I'll make this one a vector and make this one a vector too. So now it's like a free straight edge or disconnected from this one, and I can make a sharp corner. So after I have any spline like this, I can go here to check data properties for the spline, and if I go here to geometry, I can use these bars to either create a wall like this, and this is not geo yet, but it does look like so. If you activate the wireframe, it's visible. Either this, or I can create tubes by using this def. This is what I was talking about, Max. I know you can do this in Maya too, but it requires a lot of steps, and it's very annoying. And here you can create a profile, for example. Now it's square, but you can modify this and create any profile you like without adding extra stuff to loft or anything other required. You can also loft, of course, but it's not mandatory in Blender. So you can do stuff like this. I usually use this for tubes, cables, stuff. You can fill the ends, and after you're done and you're satisfied with this, you just either convert. I wanted to use it from this menu, but I really have no intention to, so convert to mesh, enter, and that's all. And now if I go into edit mode, this is a mesh, and I'm in normal, so the gizmo is showing me the normal direction. Okay, that's about splines. It's very self-explanatory, so I don't want to go more in depth of them. So I'll just clean this up again and carry on. Now, when importing or dealing with normals, as I said before, that I had something like this and I was beveling, right? And let me just bevel these. Turn on smooth shading and turn this on. And now I have these sharp corners due to the angle here, right? And I can control it. So maybe you import an object and it has weird normals. Every time you import an object, it's very important to go here to geometry data and clear this sculpt mask. So let me just import anything, especially FBX. Let me go into these old projects to the Stone Age and import these props, for example. There are quite a lot of props, so it takes a bit. Okay. So let me use this axe. If I choose the axe and press slash key, it isolates. So I have this axe, right? And I want to activate this, but I can't. That's because it has custom split normal data. So to start using this on an object that you imported, you have to clear custom split normal data. And now you can control the normals again. That's about it. Isolate. Just numpad slash. demonstrate how the isolation works. Again, select all, delete. Okay, that's about it for this part. By the way, if you don't want to smooth it, you can just click simple and it should subdivide like this. And if I apply it, then it's already subdivided. And let me just deactivate this. This is, by the way, the shortcut for it is O. So if you pressed O by mistake, you're turning on and off, toggling proportional editing or soft select. Okay, so I have this cube, right? And maybe I want to subdivide it once more, but I don't want to use a modifier for it. So I just right click and subdivide. I can subdivide it as many times as I want here. Or I can just subdivide one face. Right click, subdivide. And it subdivided that one face that I selected before. Okay, let's say we have a hole like this, and it's stupid. And I have to bridge all this again. And maybe I select the border and I use cut or fast cut in this case, like join, and I start doing this. But this is a waste of time. Nobody's got time for this. So let's just make another hole and select the border again. And now we have smart fill. Instead of pressing F to fill or cap this hole in, we can press Shift F. Which doesn't work, apparently. Grid fill. Oh, because it was my original shortcut. So, okay. That always happens. In any case, I'm so used to Blender, I just forget that I assigned custom shortcuts things. So there's this grid fill option. If you Control F and open this menu, which will resolve all of this automatically. Sometimes it looks funky like this. That just means that the starting point for whatever the grid is filling in is not at the vertice you expected it to be. So if you just click the offset button like this, it goes round and round until it finds the right formula, or it means that the spans here are too much. So now you can see it goes round and round, and if you can find the right amount for it, it will resolve itself automatically. But the grid fill is not for this. It's for equal holes like this. Easier holes. Front facing holes. Like this. So if I do this, bam. See? And I can tell it to fill it with an offset. Or I can tell it to fill it with less geoing. It's pretty smart. It's not the smartest, but it's pretty good. Okay. Let's try that. Let's learn Blender together. Okay, so maybe I grid fill this, right? And it looks like shit. And I have these beautify faces. Doesn't work. It's not made for this. Assign shortcut, Shift F. There. By the way, shortcuts are contextual, so this is just for edit mode. I'm sure there's a Shift F somewhere else, or can be in another mode, and it will not conflict with this one. Unless it overrides. It's just a command that works in every mode. So, what else is there? I can't even remember. There's also this weird inset. So if you select faces and press Ctrl Shift R, you can insert outside because it's edge slide. Oh, it's not an insert, it's just edge slide. What the hell am I doing? Okay. Oh, by the way, for simple extrude, you can either press E or you can press, maybe you have something like this. And if it's not going on its normal, you have to press Shift E. Sorry. Alt E. Because when you have a circle, for example, let's make a circle. So let's assign this to my favorite shortcut. Alt Shift C. And do that so I can create a circle with my shortcut. Okay. So let's see. We have this circle, right? And I delete it and I make something like this. And I extrude, but I don't scale, so it doesn't want to scale in. Or I don't want to use scale, I can just Alt E and it will extrude edges. Sorry, extrude repeat. Extrude spin. The fuck is that? Never mind that. So I have my circle, right? I extrude and scale. And now if I press Alt E, I can extrude repeat. And it just goes towards infinity and beyond. This is new to me. Okay, never mind. So I made this circle, right? Now, when I have something like this, and let's say I want to cap this with a grid fill, and it's something like that, and maybe I inset it I already have this hard surface type thing, right? Shade smooth. Have this hard surface type thing, and let me just delete my modifier. Okay, and I want to extrude these, but it will go up or on an axis I am really not convinced about. I either just let go and Alt S so that it scales on its normal. Either I just press Alt E and extrude faces along its normals. Okay, as you saw, there are other options here. There's extrude manifold, like that. As the default extrude, I don't know why this is an option. For extrude individual faces, which is always very common. And if I want to scale them individually now, I can go here and say individual origins, but there's a shortcut for all that. It's just dot, comma on your keyboard. It's actually dot, sorry. And I just select individual origins and scale. Okay. And now there's another. That's it. Okay. I think that's it. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'm always very happy to talk about Blender and help anyone in need. Or just talk in general. Really. In such a case, you would have to select these one by one. Okay. Let me think. Do I have anything else? I could show add-ons. I could show add-ons. Oh, there's also symmetry here, of course, just like in Maya. I also have to turn it on. Okay. So symmetry in here, just like in Maya. So it doesn't select symmetrically, it just does the thing symmetrically that you did there. It's a bit strange, but it works. Oh, this was the auto merge words. So Remember when I told you that if you snap things on top of each other, you have to merge them like this? Well, if you just click this auto merge vertices, you start merging in the moment it snaps to each other. Okay. Okay, like that. So yes. Let me get to the most important part. Normals. So we all know that Max has face sets and Maya has hard and soft edges. And Blender is somewhat of a combination. Or actually, no, Blender is exactly like Maya. So you have these edges, right? And everything's soft now because I smooth shaded. So shading, this would be flat shaded and smooth shaded, right? If you select shade auto smooth, it actually turns on a very important button here. So if you go to normals, this is auto smooth, is ticked on, and you can see here that the degree was 30, and it actually shades by angle, and this is ultra annoying because in video games we have to control this manually. So we can close this now, or actually we won't close it, but we'll put it to 180. And now it's actually smoothing everything. But Blender has a sharp edge button. So if I select an amount of edges and I right click on it, I say mark sharp, it will create a sharp angle. So now I just outline my smoothing group, right click, mark sharp, and that is H in this case. So now this is one smoothing group and these are hard edges, the rest are soft edges. And you just keep doing that until you're satisfied. Just press K, Alt E, K, Alt E. Let me select everything you want. And just make it sharp. Right. So that's the way you make hard and soft edges in Blender. Okay. Now let's finish with modeling because this is about it. Anything else is just your knowledge of modeling, and you'll come across different add-ons and buttons that will help you do things faster. Just explore these menus, Control E and Control V and Control F, and you'll find Blender's almost entire default features and extra features from the add-ons. And if you want to make it more Autodesk-y, for example, just search the command on Google and find the add-on that will do exactly the thing you love to do in Max or Maya, for example. I love 3ds Max's set edge flow tool, and I have a very good add-on for that. It's actually called set flow, and you can install it from our Blender collection in add-ons. It's called Edge Flow. After you install it, it appears here. Just click it. Set a shortcut for it. Or you can just select it. If you select edges, right click, set flow. And now set the flow for them. Like if I move this away, set flow. One of the best add-ons. Super simple, super effective. Set flow. It's very good for hard surface. Clear sharp. Okay. I think we should get into UV now. So this is a horrible model, but I'll use it for a UVing example. So as before, with sharp edges, you set seams the same way, so just select whatever you want and right click, mark seam, or select what you want, of course. Control E, mark seam. After you've marked your seams, you either use this window, which is pretty good, and you either in object mode or edit mode, doesn't matter. You should press U, and it says unwrap. Of course, this was already unwrapped because it was a cube, but let's unwrap with our custom seams. And now it did. Just a moment, I just want to turn on this button here called UV Sync Selection, because now it won't disappear when you click off into space. So now when you select something, it stays here. You can unwrap based on your selection too. If you just select something and click unwrap, it will automatically unwrap that part. You can move stuff exactly like in here with either your gizmos or the G, S, and rotate R keys. Or you can select everything and unwrap after you've decided all your seams, of course. There are many different modes of auto unwrapping. So this is not a good unwrapping example or lesson on unwrapping. You already know this from your experience. This is just how you do it in Blender. There is also light map pack, which squares everything from each face. By the way, if you have something unwrapped and you're in face mode, if you grab a face, it will always rip out the face as the UV, which is pretty dumb, I know. So if you want to move islands, just be in a different mode, like edge mode or vert mode, which looks exactly the same. I know it's ultra stupid for that. This also acts like in Maya, so there's vertex mode. There is no UV specific mode. So if you move the vertice on the edge, it will move the vertice connected in geo. And to not move it, you have to unclick this, the unsync button, and now you're in UV mode, which is amazing. And now in UV mode, you don't rip the faces if you move them. Ugh. There's also a very good mode if you have circular elements that you want to unwrap. So let's say you have this circle. By the way, the grow and shrink selections work exactly like in the modeling window. So let's say I have this, right? And I want to rip it. I just press Y to separate exactly like in modeling. And I create a seam here and on its edge, of course, mark seam. And now I unwrap everything again. And let's say I want this to be straight, right? So from all this, I have to make only one element straight according to Blender's grid here. So I'll just select this straight, align to Y, just to make sure, align this to X, align this to X. So now I have a perfectly straight UV. Now I select this island with L and make sure that the last face selected or active is this light gray one. And now I right click on it and say follow active quads, or press U and follow active quads. And it says even or length average or whatever, and you can try all of them to see the results. If you press OK, then it straightens the island. This is pretty useful. You can also pin stuff if you like that type of unwrapping. I'm not a big pin fan, but each to its own. This is basically it for unwrapping. There's no other thing to mention except projection mapping and number of UV maps, like UV sets, sorry. So Blender calls it UV maps, but this is UV sets in Maya. So let's say this is set 1, call it set 1. And if you click the plus button, it copies the first set. And now, if I modify this, go back, we have 2 UV sets. And if I'm in the first one, if you click the camera next to it, if you have a texture, it will use the texture, the material will start using that set's UVs. So maybe this is a set 2 for light maps. Okay. So let's say you have a character and this is its face. It's looking, you have an illustration right behind you, like this. Let's say you imported the image reference, and it was, I hope this, yeah, it's a portrait, okay. Imported the image reference, and you're in X-ray mode, and you modeled this man's face, and you want to project the textures from this man's face onto your model from this perspective. Then you have to create another set, of course, because you don't want to ruin your well UV'd mesh already that you have. But you want to make one set that has a projection, and the other set can be the good mesh that you will project on from the projection. So you bake between UV sets. So you say project from view, and now here I can load the image that I imported. You click here and you go load the images that Blender has inside. So in this case, it would be like this. And of course, if this was a real face, I would assign the same image, so image texture here. If you click on the yellow dot, select image texture and click on this database button and select the image. If I go into material preview mode, I have this image set to my cube, but because this UV map set is set to 1, I'm not seeing it when I move it here because I am in actually set 2. So this would be set 1, now it moves. This is set 2, that enters me. And now I have to press this small camera for it to use the projection itself. So maybe it would be something like this. You have to scale your projection, of course. Sometimes, like if you say project with view bounds, but this is not a good example for this right now because this is not a character. I will use a character to demonstrate this method and how we do it. Okay, let's get into materials, assigning materials. As you saw before, everything I did. For example, let's make a cube. Actually, let's forget the cube. Let's make a sphere. But let's make it at the 0 point. Okay. And let's make it smooth. And we have this sphere, right? It's best to use shading mode or just make your own windows yourself. It doesn't matter. Just drag one out. Select shader editor. And now I have the sphere, right? The sphere doesn't have any materials on it. If you go to materials and assign new, it's the same button as here. So if I click new here, it creates a material. Let me just undo that for a second. If I click here, you can see that it creates a node here. So the content of this node is exactly what is displayed in the properties window here. And everything displayed here, you can find the node. But there are also some extra options down here. So just open all of these little tabs, check them out. Custom properties, for example, is not important, but this viewport display is very important, especially because it activates backface culling in material preview mode. And if you deal with transparency, you must use the alpha blend mode here, because otherwise, even if you assign alpha or modify it, it will not be visible or work at all without this blending mode in any other mode than opaque, of course. So right now there are no lights in the scene. We just create lights again. So maybe we'll just use this HDRI. And now, for example, you can see that the alpha works. But if I put it back to opaque, it instantly stops working. So you know these modes, I won't explain them. But if anytime something doesn't work regarding transparency, just try to debug it by checking these out first. There's also shadow mode here. I never had the occasion to know the difference. And you can activate locally stuff that are already activated from the renderer. For example, Eevee really has very good real-time stuff. And it's a bit strange, like even options like bloom for the render or for cycles is activated in Eevee. Like you have to come here, switch to Eevee to activate ambient occlusion, bloom, screen space reflections, and all of these. Subsurface scattering settings. Oh, sorry, no. That's all. Motion blur if you need it, and then you go back to cycles, and now you have these options on. Otherwise, they're not really active in the viewport. Let me just create this plane here, so and delete this. Okay. And create some lighting. So this is Eevee right now. And if I switch to cycles, holding Z to render mode, or press this button here, it should have these options on or off. Of course, in this material they're not very visible, so let me just click on the sphere and, for example, make it very metallic and very shiny. And let's make it any color. And I'll copy it, make a smaller one. And here, I'll name this green metal. They're both sharing the same material. And if I want to copy the material, because now it's an instance, I could either press here and makes a new material using the old one, or I just delete it and press new. But I don't want that, so I'll just use this copied one, rename it purple plastic, and make it a purple plastic, of course. Non-metallic, and much less shiny. Okay, and now I'll make this plane have anything, just to react to the light in a different way. And I don't want to mess with my light right now, and I'm not interested in modifying or moving anything, so I'll just hide all the information in my viewport, so it's like a constant preview. So even if I have the sphere clicked, I hide it, and I can select stuff, but it's just not visible to the viewport. Okay, so back to materials. I'm sorry, settings. So now you can see that it actually affects the setting if I turn on bloom, for example, and let me just turn it off and go on. Oh, actually, we are in rendered mode, so we have cycles turned on, right? But there's no bloom. If I want it on, I have to turn it on in Eevee and go back to cycles. Okay, so that's like, for cycles, it's a kind of post effect. So this is only referring to EV. Screen space reflections, for example. Let me copy this. Oh, sorry. And put this at an angle like this. And make it a metal material. Gray metal. I want to make it very shiny so it's like a mirror. So now in EV, if screen space reflection is off, you won't see any reflections in this plane, and of course it's incorrect because if I go to cycles, you'll actually see an accurate reflection. So even if these are off, cycle doesn't care. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Can control these, of course. So let me just be in cycles and use the GPU. When using the GPU, by the way, in the denoise, make sure that the type, the denoiser is using optics if you have an RTX card, which we do at work. And make sure that at your system settings, it's either set to CUDA or optics. And both devices are on for hybrid mode. If I activate denoise, of course, you will see the effect. But I won't get into this right now. So let me just finish up with these materials. These are all the properties which I won't explain because it's explorable and you already know these from other software. The most important stuff to know right here is how to load maps. So if I want to load the map, I need to make nodes or go here and do the manual old method, like press this button and say image texture. And now I have this little option box which I can search images with, but I don't want to do it this way because I created a node and I already have images loaded in memory, so I can just click this here. This is the same button and load that picture I had before. So that's how you load image textures. To control this image, you need another node. So to add nodes, you either add them here and search for them under these tabs or search for them by name. And now I'm interested in texture coordinates. So I'd write coordinate and I add this, or I shift A, which is the same. And I also want a mapping node. And now if I connect these to UV coordinates using the UV vector, because if the mapping node doesn't have this connected, it will use a generated node. Like this is, sorry, another mode, which I'm not gonna get into or try to debug right now because it's so complex and this is real technical. art right here, and that's not the idea of this tutorial. So in any case, usually for any texture that you have, you want UV, and that's it. And if you want to tile or control your texture, you move it along here. You rotate it right here and so on. You already get it. This is the scale for it, for the tiling. But if you want to modify it together, you either select it and type whatever you want, or you create a value node and you plug it in and put it to 1. This is the default. And now if I press and hold, I can drag the value, and if I don't let go and press shift at the same time, just as before, I can adjust it very finely. And I press right click to cancel my option. Okay. And of course, nobody wants to do this every time manually a million times. There's a good default add-on in Blender for this. I'll just select everything and press X to delete. While the node is selected, there is a node wrangler add-on which you can of course activate in the add-ons, and this should be automatically on. You can write node wrangler and plug it in, and after that's on, you can either press Ctrl T while the node is selected and it will create that node group for you, or you just come here in the end panel and press texture setup, which does the same thing. It even says Ctrl T, and if you press Shift Ctrl T and have a PBR texture group, it will automatically load all the textures. So let me Shift Ctrl T or just press Add Principled Setup, and for example, I'll search one of our old projects, and let's say I want to load the texture for the Stone Age props. I go to textures and I have, let's say, the goat skin, and I select all of them, shift select, and I press the button, and it already made the goat skin. Because now if I reveal this, it also has alpha, and it set up, it even set up the blending correctly, which is weird because this wasn't even on. So alpha, oh no, it's actually the same, just using the background color. That's why I thought it was transparent, but it wasn't. Or it is. Oh, because it cycles, right? So if I was in material preview, for example, and opaque was on, transparency wouldn't have been visible, and needed to activate this alpha blend. So this is only for Eevee. Okay, back to cycles, render mode, and as you saw before, it created this setup automatically that we had. If not, we would have done this manually. Just copy an image node, load the texture, and so on. And this is important when loading texture maps. Color is sRGB, the color space for it. For the color, you don't have to modify because it's sRGB by default. But for any other data map like metalness or roughness or normal and so on, they are using the non-color space or raw, which is the same. Or if it's not the same mathematically, it's the same for Blender or how it looks so far. So um, don't kill me for this if that's not true from a technical art perspective. Okay, that's about nodes. For normal maps, you have to have this normal map node, and for displacement, you have to search for a displacement node, plug this in here, and you have to plug in the normal right here. And now, if I go into edit mode and subdivide this face a few times, just so I won't have to use the subdivision modifier, like let's say 20 for now. And now I will use the subdivision modifier. So let me just control 3. And now if I display wireframe and not optimal, then this is the amount of faces it has. Let me just increase that. Okay, hide wireframe. And now if I increase the height, it should start displacing this, but seeing that this is just a flat plane, it's not a very good example for now. Let me just disable the base color. And adjust these values until the effect is much better, much more visible. Sometimes you can plug in the map directly without going into normal, or you can adjust the normal strength and even just remove the normal map and leave displacement on. Just play around with these values until things look correct. But as you can see, the skin wasn't the best example for displacement, but that's how it works in essence. Okay, just return this to defaults. Now there's also this volume plug here, so that's for stuff like clouds and ice and glass and so on. This is Blender's default shader that is called Principled BSDF, and it has these modes, but it has other shaders too. So for example, if I want to add a shader, these are all the shaders Blender has, and I mean actual shader nodes and not utility or map nodes or math nodes or any other nodes that all these packages have. So for example, if I want to combine two materials, I will use this mix shader and either drop it on the wire or plug it in manually. And maybe if I duplicate this node and just change its color and make it metal, and I plug it into the mix, the factor here controls the blending between them. So this is how you mix two materials, but it has a lot of shaders, so you really gotta check them out for yourself, because this is just your regular 3D agnostic stuff, package agnostic stuff, same in every product. This class node is sometimes useful if you really want to make a good looking glass. Put on a solidify. make this a bit thicker, but seeing that there is no HDRI on anything, glass won't look very impressive in this lighting. I'll just remove the subsurface and apply this solidify modifier. And now, for example, I just make slightly green and add bevel toward its edges. And I'll try to use one of these HDRIs and put this under it. So now it's looking more like glass. Glass is all in the lighting. And you can see the HDRI through it, of course. And if you want to load your own HDRI, in the shader tab here, go into this tab here, which says Object, and click World. And you use the same method as I described before. So you have to use this node setup, choose, search for your HDRI. I just use one of these customs that I downloaded. So maybe this carpentry shop. And now I use scene world, which I don't know why it's not turning off. I think it just needs a refresh. So I'll go back to material preview. Yep, just needs a refresh. Solid mode and render. Scene lights, of course. I don't know what's going on. Okay, finally it loaded the HDRI. It was very slow because this is a 16K map, so that's why it took so much. So this is Eevee right now. If I go into cycles and wait, because it's, as you can see here, it's updating images. That means it's loading everything into memory, and Blender is not the best at memory handling. Of course, it can handle stuff pretty well, but huge images or huge scenes are its crutch. Honestly, from the experience I had with it, I consider it the best modeler, but otherwise, it can be a letdown. So as you can see, even this HDRI is a big deal for it. It's still updating lights. Like if I render this, if I go to render image now, oh, I have to create a camera, sorry. Zoom out. By the way, I didn't even show the zoom extends button, so the equivalent to F that zooms and focuses on your item is the dot key on the numpad. So something's out of view like this, I just press dot. Okay. So let me just use this camera to render. Now here, and oh, finally it loaded the image. I wanted to render it like this. It should have loaded the image while I was sending. Now it's loading the image into the render itself because it's not the same as the preview. So as you can see, that simple 16K image takes a really long time to get loaded, but I think this is pretty normal for any software, really. Like every software hates HDRIs. So let me just cancel this. man. Okay, so I managed to cancel that. So this is cycles, working with my custom HDRI that I can control from here. So if you load one, you have to, and you want to rotate it, you can rotate it right here. But it's a hassle. And don't use big HDRIs like this one. Like I'll just reload the 4K one, ballroom for example, because this is just a pain right now. So it's updating lights, as you can see right here. Oh, and I'll extend my screen like this. Oh man. This is what happens when you use large files. So in any case, let me just exit render mode. Finally. And delete this world texture. Now something interesting will happen when I go back to render mode. Oh, okay. So what I wanted to happen was that if you delete the texture or move it, Blender's way of telling you that the texture is missing is making everything pink. So let me just simulate that situation. I'll undo this. So now it loaded the texture. Amazing. I think it's having a hard time with the glass and the mirror. Maybe that's why. In any case, let me save this. Now I'll close Blender for a sec. And for example, I'll move this ballroom texture. Just move it away from where it was. So it's in my OneDrive right now. I'll just move it here to my Blender recordings. And open the Blender file back up. Like this. And now, if I go to Tira Preview or Render Mode, you see it's pink. And it's telling you that the texture is missing. So if I disconnect this, there is no texture. And if I reconnect it, the texture from this node is missing. It doesn't know where to find it. For example, if I choose a texture that is already that's path is known, it's fine. But if there's a 0 here, that means it's unassigned. And if I save it now, Blender will delete the texture from this file's memory. Not like this picture, because this picture was assigned to an object. But if I save now, it will delete this bottom texture from memory, and when I open it back up, it won't be there anymore. In any case, I just want to reload it. So even if I move my texture back like this, and now I go back, I have to reload it. So to reload stuff, you have to go to the UV editor, and this is the image editor. So you have to go to ballroom and press Alt R or image. Just press Alt R. Alt R. By the way, I'll just activate this. So if you have a texture, doesn't matter which texture, doesn't matter which object, just press Alt R and it will reload it. I can remove this from here because this is just the UV editor if I want to edit texture node. It's just a UV editor and I can load anything here. Doesn't matter, this doesn't control any other object's texture right now. So let me go back. Okay, this is my bottom texture. So this is the glass. And let me go back to my shader. And I want to show you this volume thing. If I modify the glass's roughness, this is what happens. And if I increase this light's power, I don't know, something much stronger. Like Blender also knows math, so maybe if I have some like 200 watts and I want to type in a number, but I don't want to type 2000 like or any other number, I can just say times 10. Now it's 2000 watts. Or back to 1000. Okay, so now this glass has this roughness right now, but I want to add volume absorption. And now I can control the density of this glass, like how light or how dense it is. Like I'll make it very shiny, but not completely transparent. Make it like this. And now the density is how much light passes through it. So I can still see through it, but light doesn't not pass as much through it. So now that's what volume absorption is. And this is just advanced Blender noding. Just Google how to make anything in Blender and you'll find all these results. Glass. I renamed the material to glass. Okay. For example, that's how I manually reloaded one texture before with the world texture. Let me just remove this because I really don't care about it right now. And let's say we'll use the goat texture again. And instead of this gray metal, oh, you see the goat texture isn't here anymore because it wasn't assigned before, just as I told you. So I'll just use this painting and load another texture in. For example, just choose something super random. Another painting I have here. By the way, I'll just rotate these for the sake of my sanity. Okay, so I have these two. And let's say I want to reload that I changed this painting, this texture, and I want to reload them together. I actually have to activate an add-on, of course, called Amaranth Toolset. So just type Amaranth, activate it, and then now there will be a button here, so it saves and reloads the textures. Save and reload. It reloads every texture in the scene. It will take some time, especially if you have a lot of them. But it will reload every texture that exists in the scene. Okay, that's how you reload textures. Oh, and I made a mistake before. I mean, I just didn't mention this before. So if you have multiple items in the viewport and you want to view the colors in solid view, I told you that you can pick this random or you can view the texture and so on. But in the material tab, if you have a default shader on, for example, one of these, and you want to have a different color, you go down to viewport display and change the color here. This won't affect anything else. This is just the color for the material that is applied to the object in solid view and nothing else. It doesn't change the textures, it doesn't influence anything else. Okay, Blender also has this great material library. So in Maya you assign materials by right clicking and then assigning a material to it. In Blender you assign materials by clicking the object and assigning a material in this panel here. In Max you drag and drop or assign like in Maya, but Blender has this very cool feature called the material library where you load your custom materials. So let me show you. Let me just make this window the asset browser. So this is an asset browser. Actually, you can create any object here, not just materials, but let me just add this to my asset browser right here. So if I right click any material and click mark as asset, it will show up in this library. For example, I'll use this painting 1, mark as asset, painting 2, mark as asset, green metal, mark as asset, and so on. So if I have other new objects in the scene and they don't have materials, or I just want to quick swap between them, I can just drag and drop any of these on top and they will automatically be assigned. This is very fast and very fun and very useful. If you save the file like this, the assets library will remain as such, and it will remain assigned to the file. So for example, if you want to use the same materials in a different file, you can load all the materials from it. So you can click user library here and find the path and use the materials from a different file. You can just make a file completely with materials or other objects that you modeled as a set and use them in a different file. For example, if this was like a tileable building, and so if this was a building and I right click here and the outliner and mark as asset, you see made a droppable asset from it. So now I can just drop this inside the scene or any scene as many times as I want to. And I can even delete it entirely from the scene. Or actually I can't, because if I do, it will disappear from here, but if I hide it, it's still there. Okay, so let me get into hiding stuff. In the outliner, there's this little eye icon. If I press H after I clicked an object, it hides them. To unhide stuff, you just press Alt H and it unhides everything. And if you press Shift H, it hides everything. So Alt H to unhide everything. And by the way, there's this little icon indicating in the outliner that this belongs to belongs to the library as an asset. And after this is done, you can also create catalogs. So for example, if you just add items here, and after you've added them, you just drag them to the catalog. So for example, I make a catalog and I want only materials inside it, and I drag it into it and I rename materials. And I'll make another one. I'll call this meshes. I'll drag this box inside. And this is your material library now. If I click this will show up. It will name a path for you where you can put all the Blender files containing material libraries and you can access them through it. As you can see here, it says what I just said. And you can press this button to refresh after you loaded them inside. Okay, let me just delete everything now. Or actually, now I'll show you a bit of rendering. So let me just go into the camera, point this at something visible. I know this looks like nothing, but just to just serve as a render example. So as before, if you click render image, it renders the image. Yeah, okay. But for example, let's say I don't want these two paintings to be visible in the render. If I hide them in the viewport like this and render image, it will still pop up in the render. But if I want to hide it in the render, I have to hide it with these still camera icons. And now if I render image, they won't show up in the render. Same applies to any object, like with the modifiers. So for example, if I don't want this bevel effect to show up on this box in the render, as we can see now, it's beveled here. I can turn off the camera icon for it just as I turn off the screen icon for the viewport. So now, even if it's visible in the viewport, it won't be visible in the render. After you render anything, let me just render an image to have one in the memory. Okay, now I have this image in memory, and I go here. Because I have one, I can go to the compositing window, say use nodes, and now I have this image in the nodes here. And let's say I want to add glare. I just click here, search, or I shift A and search. I say glare, and I'll just drop this here. So to see the image, you have to shift control click the first node here. So that will automatically use this viewer node to show a preview of what you're seeing. So if you want to see the glare node, its effect, you have to shift control click on the glare node and it will appear. If you shift control click on the composite final, which is the output, nothing will appear. Because welcome to Blender. So I'm on the glare node right now, and I can select the type of effects, and this is how you add glare, for example. I usually use the simple star or the streaks or the go. I really like the ghost as well, but of course it's case by case and for your preference. So this is how you add a post effect in compositing. The compositor is so rich and knows so many things. I rarely ever use it, so I can't really say more about this. But this is a feature that goes, I would say, out of Autodesk products, because you could only do this if you had V-Ray installed, for example. I don't know about Arnold. Maybe they updated it and added such things, but this is how you do them in Blender. And I'm not a compositor, so I have no idea how to use this. That's about it for static pipeline and rendering. Okay, so let me present an important situation. So maybe you have something like this, 3 objects with materials assigned and everything. Each of these have maps, and you want to hand it down to another person. So before you hand it down, you must pack files and come here to external data. And if this is on, it automatically packs everything you import or use. And if not, you just have to press pack resources. And the pack link libraries if you have anything imported with this linked command. Linked means that it's a proxy from another file. It just uses the object loaded in without it staying in memory, like an instance from another file. You already know this. And append is actually just importing it completely into this file. So after this is checked, you can hand off the file to another person and just include the textures in the same folder. If the textures are missing and everything is pink, when you get the file from another person, but you know you have the textures in the folder, you just click find missing files and you search for the folder and find missing files. So, the end. Hope you enjoyed. See you around.